Is the broadcast beginning? If whoever joins could let me know if you can hear me. It should be the same as before, but what should be and what will be are very rarely the same. And like I said, I shall have a bite to eat, also to settle my stomach with the monsters. And relax my seating position. Mini-me. It's a pity I'm not far enough ahead to just pull over and waste a bit of time. Starting to get light out again now. Better have a bit more actual juice as well. Got to stay hydrated. Dodge the Viper. In terms of a track record, oh, my back. Dodge is probably one of the best companies in terms of having cool names. Charger, Ram, Magnum, Challenger, Viper, Neon, what other ones would there be? Copperhead. Yeah, cool names. Nitro. Yeah, Dot. Power Wagon. Avenger. Intrepid. can hear the morning birds beginning to wake up. Must be nice. Right here. Although that's a bit of a weird one. I'm guessing the last part of what you said was about the copyright on the name, or the trademark or whatever. I was under the impression you aren't allowed to trademark generic words or terms, like the or dart, which is a bit weird. That seems almost like one of those occasions where Dodge would not have the law on their side, but that they could drain funds from Daimler. And I guess it would just be easier to change the name or whatever, but it is called the Dart, isn't it? It is still called the Daimler SP250 Dart, or at least that's how it's known, even if it's not officially called that. Yeah, exactly, yeah. To the point where, like me, I didn't even know that it wasn't officially called that. Plus, especially with us Brits, we just do that out of spite at that point. Winning court, but losing the court of public opinion. And sometimes big businesses are too stupid to know that that is kind of more important more often than not. Yeah, not bad, opening up a little bit, over 20 seconds ahead again. Right. I am, yeah. Obviously this is part B of the stream, but yeah, I'm splitting it into 3 roughly 8-hour streams back to back. But yeah, basically doing it all in one go. Yeah, Gran Turismo's always had the looks side of things down pretty well. Usually among the best, if not the best, graphics on whichever particular console generation it is. Not always, but usually. Like GT6, some of the cars were still the old models, but I'm getting a bit slip-slidey considering we've got intermediates on. Well, it's 24 hours, so however many laps, but if the first 8 hours is anything to go by, around 150. This or GT6, I have more fond memories with GT6, and I definitely prefer the car list overall. So yeah, I don't know. For the online experience, I definitely enjoyed GT6 more. For career mode, this game is better, because GT6 almost doesn't have a career. Yeah, overall, I don't know, it kind of goes back and forth between the two. GT6 has more of a special place for me, and is more fun. So, yeah, I guess GT6 overall. This game's obviously better in a number of ways, but being academically better and being more fun, two different things. Oh right, GT7 as well. And is that with like modding and stuff? Right. Yeah, exactly. Which I wouldn't mind as much, except in part 1 just now. They were just inexplicably catching up out of nowhere. Yeah, the backfires look really good. I was saying that earlier on. It does look good. Cool. Loads of GT6 cars. Loads of them. I'd love to see in GT7. Oops. Yeah, tons and tons. I think a lot of them for me will probably be like the prototype stuff. So like the Toyota 88CV, Nissan R390, the Pescarolos, some of the supercars as well, like the Chizetta. Yeah, loads and loads of stuff. Some cars I think probably will. Well, we already know from the data mining list that quite a few are still due to come, like 30 plus cars. Yeah, exactly, like Bentley Speed 8, Audi R8, Audi R10, BMW V12 LMR. Yeah, all of them. Great supercars as well. Cadillac Cian, Volkswagen Nardo, the Zondas. Celine S7. Yeah, the Audi R10's a really weird one as well, because we've still got the Peugeot 908, which is so weird to have that and not the R10. And they've got the R18 instead, which doesn't really make sense as a rival to the Peugeot. The later Peugeot would, but not that one. Yeah, well, the Ferrari obviously is in Forza, and it's a hell of a car in Forza. Back in Forza 2, it was maybe not the best, but definitely up there as one of the absolute best cars in the game. So much fun, great sound as well. Really? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that'll be why. Because we've got the yellowish. Which I'm hoping might allow me to break out a bit more of that lead again. Certainly when I'm needing to pit in before too long, although he should be pitting in first anyway. Yeah, the 1886 Daimler motor carriage and the Patton motor wagon or Peyton motor wagon, Ford Model T, although that wasn't a GT6. But old GT3s. Yeah, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like even GT7's in a weird limbo there, because the cars that are in the game still kind of feel older now at this point because they've been around for longer. But yeah, I miss, more so than the old GT3s, I miss like the LM race car kind of stuff, like Camaro, LM race car, then Mitsubishi FTO, those kind of, you know, just purely fictional vehicles. Those are always a lot of fun. As well as the more oddball stuff like the Gillett Vertigo. Yeah. Yeah. Or even stuff like the Ford Falcon, V8 supercar, the Lister Storm. I did do a Nurburgring lap in the Model T back in the day. Can't remember how long it took. I think it was quicker than you'd think. Maybe 20 something minutes, maybe close to 30 minutes, somewhere around there. Wall ride, wall ride. Well, just in general, I think it's one of the only games to even have a Ford Model T in there. I'd love to have that car back. Not only for the collector's appeal, but also because I'd love to see what kind of visual modifications we could do to it. Especially if the Willis Jeep is anything to go by. With the big old tyres and what. Getting a bit more of a lead, good. About another 10 seconds. Excellent, excellent. It's getting lighter out quick. Oh yeah. I can't remember how much it was back when I reviewed it. What was it, closer to 10 maybe? Something like that? Yeah. Even in the real N24 race it must be like that for him. Right, yeah, it was 10. Right, yeah. I think haven't excuse me, haven't basically all of them gone up. I think the Toyota might be about the same in Group 2, but I seem to recall the Mercedes, I think, has gone up as well, the CLK-LM, but maybe it hasn't, I'm not sure. The beauty of Haggerty. I didn't even notice the spelling, to be honest. I don't know about the heavy wets because the weather's been passing through pretty quick, going back to blue to grey, and I don't know. I feel like it's okay at the moment. It's okay. I'm still breaking out a larger gap. Well, for the most part, I lost it a little bit on that corner, but still 40 seconds. And then he still needs to pit in. I'm not sure which of them will or won't pit in, but all of the ones that are roughly 40 seconds behind me should have to pit in. Otherwise, they shouldn't be that close to each other. Well, and there he goes. Which is interesting, because that means some of the others have not. I guess I could try heavy wets just to see. We'll see how it goes. Might as well, got to try them at some point. I don't want it to be one of those like Suzuka situations where I do hours and hours on hards only to find that the mediums are so much better. Have like a version of this where I could be getting more of a lead with the heavy wets. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the dynamic pricing. For one thing, it's very pretentious, and it just doesn't reflect value. Ironically, considering that it's based on the literal value of the cars, it doesn't actually reflect the value of owning them in the game. Because in the game, it doesn't matter what you own in terms of a collection. It matters what you can use to race with and to drive. Which is why I like the Forza way of doing it. Which is having cars that are kind of still just based on either what they were when new or relative to how good they are. So like a Mazda FD-RX-7 or whatever, still like 20 grand in Forza Horizon 5, or I don't know, R34 Skyline still like 50 grand. Yeah. It comes off feeling like I said, in my opinion, pretentious, but also more so just a way to artificially make the game last longer, like force you to grind more. Yeah, I recall GT5, especially in my case, because I didn't do any online aspects, so I was having to grind like the indie endurance. I seem to recall that it's not even just the prices per se that's the issue in GT5, it's that grinding for money takes so long. Yeah. The Nismo and the mines. And it's funny, with the Haggerty stuff, even the people who defend it can't defend the one aspect of it, which is so stupid, which is the artificial mileage that they just randomly assign to the vehicles. You'll buy like a Renault Espace F1 for 2-3 mil with 3,000-4,000 miles on it already. And it's like, hey, that's not realistic in the slightest. Or like some legendary JDM car like the Nismo, and they'll say like, oh yeah, it's worth 3 million in mint original condition. Well, yeah, but this one's done like 40,000 miles or something in the game, so it clearly isn't in mint original condition. And it's hardly like it takes that much effort for them to just say 0 miles, and then it would feel more accurate. The races are 0.5 mil an hour, plus bonuses based on, you know, difficulty and clean race. So for the Le Mans one, I think I earned about, I think it was 13 point something or 14 point something million. So it's not the way for grinding, but for what it is, I consider that to be a decent enough reward. It's better than the rewards used to be in the series. Yeah. Yeah, that was fun with that little the Fiat 500 or similar up against the Red Bulls. Or something like that, if I remember right. Yeah, and it does feel like a chore in GT, unfortunately. Yeah, I always like the X2010 more than the X2011 because of being able to choose different colours on it, even though it wasn't quite as quick. At least it's not too bad with the Le Mans 700 grind, because technically, or what I used to do, is I would do that like once a day, and then by the time the next update comes around, you've earned quite a lot of extra cash. That's annoyingly close to a lap. I guess I'll have to pit in, which is annoying. Oh yeah, 0.8, definitely have to pit in. I don't want to be having to drive that slow to make up just for the sake of one slow extra lap, so yeah, let's go for it. And now this time, let's try the heavy wets. Posture engaged. Crazy Wayne. Look at that Wayne. What happened to the rain? It just disappeared. That looked really cool then. It looked great. It looked almost like sleet or snow coming down. Right. I do wish sometimes I was a PC gamer, because there's a lot of stuff I'd like to try that I can't really play, I don't think, like the Platinum mod for TDU. But, and yeah, it is cool. Dirt and damage. And that's good. We've still got about a 12-second lead. Not bad at all. I guess now we'll see what kind of a difference these tyres actually make, aside from undoubtedly wearing more quickly. Still a bit slippery. I mean, I guess that is realistic, obviously. It's not going to be magic. I guess they're more grippy, yeah. Yeah, really need the heavy rain. It depends where that little patch on the map goes, I guess. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the stuff included in the Platinum mod, but never actually had the chance to play it. I'd lose myself in that anyway. TDU was already such a massive part of my childhood, and having all of those extra vehicles would be so cool. I don't think it's included in the mod, but TDU, if somebody could mod... I mean, you might even be able... I don't know how it works, but you might even be able to use the models from Project Gotham. If you could mod the Y2K Turbine Superbike from PGR4, or just in general into TDU, I'd be on that all day. Out the way. Or don't, just I'll use you as a brake instead. Works for me. Or you could get out of the way, how about that? Yeah, how about that? Could have just moved. Oh, interesting. Interesting. So, here's an interesting one as well for the Platinum mod. Has anyone, do you know, modelled the bikes from TDU2 into TDU1, like the Harley? Because for some reason I cannot access the bikes anymore in TDU2 because they were DLC. Would I use a wheel? I have used a wheel in the past, It's just not my thing. I just don't like them. I always used to think as a kid that when I grew up and started driving for real, that I'd probably love a wheel, but I like them even less now that I do drive. I just don't like them. I most recently tried a wheel at the press event for GT Sport when that first came out, which was one of the basically live event rigs that they use for the players, and didn't like it. And yes, I am doing the straight 24. The only caveat to that is because YouTube doesn't save live streams properly, they apparently only save up to 12 hours in playback, so that people who missed it don't miss the entirety of the race. Basically, I'm doing it in 3 8-hour streams where we end it, pee break, start the next one. But yes, I'm feeling tired already. We're only on part 2. A control on my cars. Well, I feel like, wasn't there a vehicle that does have that? Aside from that Titanic submarine that imploded. I feel like there was a vehicle that had like a controller or something like that, like some weird little Toyota pod thing. Oh, interesting. Cool. I didn't know it was continually updated or regularly updated. Nice. Yeah, I'd say these tyres feel pretty good. Oops. I don't remember that one on Top Gear, unless that was a more recent thing. Do a bit of the Wall of Death. Yeah, these tyres are an improvement. They feel a bit chunkier, almost like knobbly tyres. I don't know. I feel like that we'll probably get, chances are, more focus on hypercars in the next game, whereas if anything I could see them add in like, you know, Bentley Speed 8 kind of era stuff, if anything, as an update in this game. In terms of Aston Martins, the Aston I really want is the one that was in Forza, the Aston Lola, the B0960 in Golf livery. The one that I believe, were it not for the diesels, would have probably won Le Mans. 5.9 V12, gorgeous looking thing. Had a couple of them in Forza, one with Golf and one with, I think it was Muscle Milk livery. Oh, so it was an older episode. Yeah, you can definitely take the corners with more aggression with these tyres. Couldn't read that full message obviously, but it looked kind of like a variation on lyrics or something from a song. I'm sure it's a, if so, it's a song I should probably know, but I don't know. $7 AM. Yeah, we have no idea at this point about GT8 or what's going to happen. It may well be that, I mean, you'd have to think that polyphony would, you know, work hand in hand with the planning of the console on some level, so that they would know how to plan, as well as I'm sure plenty of other development studios with that kind of core importance to Sony and the PlayStation as a whole. And if so, it may well be that the Spec 3 update as a whole, as well as the power pack, might be a direct result of the PS6 being pushed back. You never know. Because, in fact, I could kind of see that being the case. Because if you think about it, that makes more sense than releasing a huge DLC pack and a huge update this late into the game's life cycle. That almost never happens for games. It's certainly never happened that I can recall with Gran Turismo before. So I could kind of imagine that being the case. They're kind of doing this to make up for how long it might be for the next game. In which case, if they continue doing that, not the worst thing in the world. Focusing on more tracks and stuff would probably be the better way than focusing on vehicles, but still, it's better than nothing. Oh, right. I'll get on that road. That's what you get when I'm reading messages. I quite like working nights. Done that in the past with, I want to say, a couple of jobs, I think. I did nights with security. What else? I feel like I did nights on something else, but yeah, I quite like night work. Right, I haven't really looked. I know some of the extra vehicles in like the GT2 mod. I don't know anything really about the GT4 mod. So is that more like, well, what was that for? Was that adding vehicles or what? creepiest story. I don't know. I don't really know anyone, I don't think, who's had any significant paranormal or creepy experiences. Most of the creepy or horror stories that I know of tend to be either horror movies that I watch or stuff that I've written myself rather than other stuff, I guess. But I don't know. It's a boring answer, but I can't really think of any at the moment. Oh, interesting. Cool. His tyres are feeling a bit odd. They were feeling good and now it's feeling a bit strange. Maybe it's just me. Exactly. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, makes sense, especially for stuff like the Talon, yeah. That's cool. And of course the catching up begins again. Duh. Just get a move on. Yeah, it probably would help. I used a bit of traction control earlier when the rain started and I still had the racing mediums on toward the end of the lap in, well, part one now of the stream, but yeah, beyond that I haven't really used it. It's not really the way the car's performing that annoys me, it's more so the what feels like rubber banding, even though it shouldn't be, but it sure feels that way. Well, yeah, we do know that the game has the setting for boost. Oh, and now he's down to 4 seconds behind, is he? Yeah, sure he is. Oh, look at that. We're so close to the dry. Good. Start making up that gap again and get some mediums back on. And in fact, it looks like we've got at least a few solid hours of no rain, no weather at all. Not bad, considering that we've been But how long have I been racing through rain now? I feel like most of the race. Probably from, what, 2 hours in, maybe? Has to be, something like that. Be a welcome change. Because I was making up good ground back then. Which is weird, because, I don't know, I guess maybe that's technically an improvement of the AI, but it's an annoying one. Where I used to be able to make up loads of ground in the rain, and now it just doesn't really feel like it works that way anymore. It feels like they just... It almost feels like only I'm driving in the rain, you know? And they're not. Especially with when the Audi got ahead briefly and just was pulling away out of corners like there was nothing on it. Heavy wets, are they? Really? Those are heavy wet tyres. Really? Really? Pathetic. Heavy wet tyres. Can't slow down for a damn. May as well have my foot sticking out of the door, dragging on the floor to slow down. Get a move on. In fact, don't get a move on. Stay behind him. You can stay right where you are and he can slow you down nicely. What are these tyres even doing at this point? What's the point of having these tyres? They are now feeling worse than intermediates were. No thank you. Goodbye. Look at this thing. Slip sliding all over the place. Literally worse. Actively worse than intermediate tyres. A real driving simulator. Is it now? How's that for some simulation? Yeah, these tyres are pretty garbage overall. For a while it felt like they were okay, but it feels like they've degraded really quick, even though it doesn't look that way. Yeah, not a fan. Ironically, on the wetter the road, the worse they felt. Weather will probably start going down now instead, so it'll stay on the wet. I wonder why it seemed extra dark. The amount of times I click that, because I've got the dipped and main beam on the analog, the left analog stick, so sometimes when I steer hard it dips the lights. I thought it seemed strangely dark all of a sudden. Yeah, just blast that blue light in my face. I wasn't aware I was in the lead. Thanks for letting me know I need to get out of the way of myself. Wet tyres. Great stuff. Get on with it. And just like that, whatever lead is gone. I want whatever tyres they're on. Those tarmac magnets. Go on then, try it. No, thank you. What? The dry weather cannot come enough, or cannot come quick enough. And I will not miss these garbage tyres. It's funny actually, because these remind me of the softs. Just complete disappointment compared to what they should be like. But then again, there's quite a few things like that that are a bit odd in this game. Like how they'll sometimes give sport soft tyres almost equal footing with, like, racing hards. Or how sports brake pads somehow will give you like a better point level than racing brake pads. Like, sure thing. Really? Really? Yeah, go for it by all means. See how it works out for you. Lose your nerve. Or just lose your pace out of nowhere. Despite the fact that you're usually quick enough to catch up on the straights, now suddenly you're not. I'm hoping that the dry spell on the track lines up sometime around the next pit, but I don't know, it might not. Depends how quickly that weather moves. If not this pit, it should be the next one, but might get lucky. We shall see. Good morning, Stockport. And yeah, first in an eventful race so far. 15 hours to go. The 4-second lead was 3 minutes, and then inexplicably just the pace changed dramatically. But should change fairly soon with the dry weather coming back. Really? Rain tyres, folks. Good stuff. It's been raining since like the first 2 or 3 hours. Yeah, so almost all rain. Heavy rain too. Which normally I'd make up a lot of ground on, but Sophie seems faster in the rain than she is in the dry, which is odd. Almost as if it's driving like there's no rain. But I'm looking forward to the dry stuff again, because comparing my laps at the moment to my best lap, you can see the difference in pace, and with that kind of pace the game couldn't keep up. Got a good, I think, 3+ minutes ahead. I mean, yeah, it keeps a challenge, but I don't mind a challenge, just I don't like what feels like arbitrary, like rubber banding. I think I might be lucky and get onto the dry patch by the next pit, but it's going to be close either way. Hi Jamie, and glad you're enjoying them. Glad you're enjoying them. Breaking this one up into 3. Already done part 1, then started this one, and then once we reach another 8 hours I'll start the next, just in case YouTube has any issues. What kind of day it's going to be. Not that it matters, because I ain't going to be out in it, but range stop. Stop. Halt. Achtung. Oh really? Right on cue. comes the magic AI again. That sudden turbo. No thanks. No thanks. Oh, look at you! Look at you! You developed a brain. Nice and sluggish. Wouldn't want to actually get up to speed. Every minute... Yeah, exactly. Well, let's have some fun with these. Yeah, how do you like it, mate? Not fun, is it? Goodbye. He doesn't even matter anyway. The current leader is HSG, and no thanks to you. Bonk. Yeah, it does feel that way. Yeah, and somehow he's in 14th, but he's just quick enough to get in the way. Although that's the weird thing, isn't it? Sometimes the chilies don't really mirror what they should be in terms of difficulty. Sometimes you'll have a 2 that's easier than a none. I have heard that the Audi is worse though. But yeah. I always go with the car that I like the most, which on this occasion was this one. Still the Beamer behind. Mr. 14th with the turn of speed. I don't know. Not sure. I would have probably just set it and forget it way back when the game started and can't remember now. Yeah, I reckon we might make it in some nice timing to change out for some medium tyres, because the track's not too bad even now. So by the time it's clear, should be okay. and then hopefully we can start making up some ground again. And at least then, if any weather does come back, which is possible, I'll have hopefully a couple of minutes at least before they start catching again. But it could well be that there's no more weather in the race. It's how it looks on the map at the moment, so yeah, nothing else coming for now, which is fine by me. I've had my fun with the weather, now we can move on. Only on my trigger finger. I was saying earlier on that after the Le Mans 24-hour event, my finger felt kind of numb, and it was bigger than the end of my other finger. It like swelled up a bit, but meh, it's okay. It's not as bad here as on Le Mans, actually, because on Le Mans you spend so much time just sitting there with your foot or with your finger completely on the throttle, whereas on the Nurburgring at least you do back off, you know, for corners and all that, so it's not quite as bad. It's more so my back that aches from just sitting here, so I have to change positions up and down and bending over and to the side. And, you know. The new chair is good for posture, but not so much for long-term sitting. Reasonably good, yeah. Like I've said before, it's not like it's a cash cow or anything like that. You earn more money from like the Le Mans 700 event over the course of the same amount of time, but for what it is, yeah, it's $500,000 an hour. So, like I said, nothing like what Le Mans would pay at the 700 point event. That's like, what's that? Nearly two? Was that two? I can't remember now. What is it, an hour? It's like 800 grand every 30 minutes. So yeah, like 1.6 mil an hour for that. So like a third, basically. So over the course of the race, this should be about 12 million. I think I earned about 13 point something or 14 for Le Mans, because that was the two, or the one, I should say, the one chili. But 12 mil for this, it's not too bad. A lot better than it used to be in the franchise. Like in the days of GT4, I seem to recall you only got like 2 million or 4 million or something like that. $38.4 million. How's that? Even on 2 chilies, that wouldn't make any sense. I thought 2 chilies is like a... What's the percent bonus on the 2 chilies? I thought it was like 120%. Oh, yeah. That? Of course. Yeah, sure. Can't bring the dry road quick enough. And look how quickly they are wearing down now that the road is dry. No wonder it's handling like garbage. Yeah. Yeah, like compared to Le Mans, it's like a third of the amount, isn't it? Yeah. What is the 2 chili bonus again? Is it 120%? Or something like that? And then, I'm not sure what the clean bonus is as well. How you'd even get that, I do not know. Yeah, I'm not doing another lap Oh, ah, there you go. They're all pitted in. Good. Mediums. Do I go fuel though? That's the question. I've got more fuel than them anyway. But the guys behind me have more. Fill it up. Just fill it up. Let's go. Let's do that. Great start. Straight into a puddle on the dry track. Duh! I didn't notice, I don't know if you noticed, Ollie, if they filled up or not. No. I'm on my second. So far I've had the no sugar monster first, the bottle of fridge cookies, or like cookie dough, and almost a full mango logo, but not quite. Bye bye. See you later. How's that for your racing line, chump? Right, cool. At least that would be the right choice filling up my car as well. Which I think should mean that I will now be good for about 8 laps. Which should be about lap 70 then. Funny how even with racing mediums he's now suddenly able to keep up with me. I didn't notice the first part of what you said. Did you ask what I was driving? If so, I'm in the Ferrari, the 296 GT3. Chose it because it's, you know, the newer choice, more interesting. Yeah. It's a mixture. It's a mixture of things, because some things work really well and take itself seriously, and then other things are just a joke. The track mechanics, I think, are mostly really good. The AI mechanics are, let's be generous and say, a work in progress. Yeah, boy. Right, let's get this pace going again. Get down to some nice low 8s instead of 9s. Get back on form. Yeah, they will. As will that part of the track as well. No, I'd heard from someone, they said to me that oh, I can't remember his name, that guy who, I believe he got well known, or at least it's certainly how I saw him, that train spotting kid who does like the funny super close up face cam of him checking out the train. Isn't he on the Grand Tour now or something? But yeah, I didn't even know it was back. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the power pack, because if the theory that we were talking about earlier on is correct, which I could certainly see it being correct, that maybe the power pack is a response to the PS6 being delayed, which could well be, then I wouldn't necessarily put it out of the realm of possibility to either expand it or have a different DLC altogether. I would much rather, to be honest, if the next one, let's say like Power Pack 2, was like rally based. Oh, interesting. Throttle House. Is that the guys I'm thinking of? I'm not sure. There were a couple of guys who had a car channel that got big pretty quick. One of their videos was top 10, I think it was top 10 cars that make you look richer than you are, or something like that. And they asked me to use footage of my then Maserati at the time, so that's technically included in their video. If it's the same guys, it might be a different channel. Should have stuck to the line on that one. Well, there's no weather to worry about for a good while, which is good. How about the track? Try that one. Oh look, 2.5 seconds to point whatever of a second. Go on, try and overtake. Go for it. Please. Please go for it. Especially if you take the wet line to do it. Yeah, go on. Go for it. Go for it. Enjoy. No, I haven't seen a new wing from Ferrari, I must say. I think the only developments in Formula One that would actually pique my interest or catch my attention, partially because somebody on the Discord would tag me in it because they know it would interest me, would be if they ever finally get closed cockpit, because that'd be pretty cool. Bye-bye. Or if they have some kind of radical change, like, you know, active aero proper, or like fan cars or something happen again. Funnily how they can take the wet line. It doesn't matter at all, even on mediums. Funny that. Almost like their grip is irrelevant to whether they're on the wet or not. Yeah, it's Sophie 3 AI. Three times the annoyance. 16 times the crashes. Yeah, exactly. They literally don't. But when I go on there, ooh, you better believe, one tyre, straight off. What's happened to the split times? They've gone a bit weird. Number 4 and number 2 kind of bugged out or something. Strange. Have fun on that line. Get on the track. Are you done? Are you done? Are you done? How about you get a move on then? Good God, the BS in this game. Get out of my way. You see that blue flag? Try listening to it. Dummy. Unbelievable. Even in the dry, you find a way, don't you? BS finds a way. Wonder how many hours it will be before the track is actually dry. See, I don't like how that's represented on the weather either. Don't represent it as dry when it isn't. If it's still 50-50 like this is, it should still be grey. Not blanked out. Like this is. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm 99 minutes behind him. I tell you what, if something like that happened at the end of the race and made me like not have the victory, I wouldn't do it again. And once again the cars have magical performance once they're in front. How mediocre. Hello there, little bug. You shall be squashed. What's that I hear? A hairpin? Oh no. You ever heard of raid? And I ain't talking about Shadow Legends. He's still 99 minutes ahead. How will I catch him? I don't know. What are we going to do, Master Anakin? You got some bright headlights. Where be him? Even this dry line thing. It's like, yeah, cool gimmick. We get it. Now get on with it. Just feels like another way of doing this. Drawing it out. Really? And what exactly did I catch then? On your dry line. You dumbass. Insufferable physics. I'm going to relish wiping you both out. God, you have to drive so slow to keep on the dry. May as well still be a completely wet track at this pace. Ta-ta! Off they go. Go on then. Try me. Please. Merge. How about you have brakes that work? How's that for a plan? When is this track going to be dry? Perhaps sometime in this half of the race? Who'd have thought the dry would be more annoying than the rain? Oh look, he made a mistake, but manages to somehow fix it immediately. Get out of the way. And yet when I make a mistake, you don't have wheels. You don't have wheels anymore, you don't have tyres. Nice driving, retard. Get a move on. Duh. Today. I made a mistake, dude. Wow, look. Actions have consequences for a change. Isn't that stunning? And why did that feel almost more insulting then? Like, look, we make mistakes too. As if to justify the rest of it. Did I put traction on? Can't remember. And that was with it on. Whoop-de-doo. If it should be realistic by having it dry out in the sun. Whether it has that kind of foresight, I don't know. Unless you're saying from experience, in which case, yeah, cool, it should be like that. Only 7 hours to go before that dries out. In the meantime, we basically are racing through a hedge maze. Yeah, exactly. Because chances are at night time, usually it ain't going to be warm enough for that, but you never know. The length of the light should indicate, based on real logic, that it's like summer, in which case nighttime should be pretty toasty. But why do I think that they wouldn't use that aspect of the logic to help you? Yeah. Report from the pit lane, the wet patch has now become ice. We're racing in May. Don't ask questions. Get your lights on. Can't tell how far behind I am. It's weird how this timer's stayed glitched out. Thankfully it doesn't really affect the positions, I don't think. It hasn't so far. But it is odd. I don't recall it doing that in the Le Mans race. Maybe it did. Nice try. Oh, my brakes. Oh look, it's the roadblock again. Nah. Thankfully. Everything it simulates is just another layer of excuse. Get out of the way. It's a good job they don't simulate stuff like tyre blowouts either. Oh no, your tyre blew out. Oh, interesting. I didn't notice that. Yeah, I didn't notice the time, I think, Sarthe. Sart. The 24 heures du monde. As opposed to this, the 24 heures du pain. How exactly did I get 3 minutes ahead? Because their pace is nothing like it was at the start of the race. It's almost like in this race, more than any other, the AI is more adaptive and has just switched on a dime. Like, oh, you're that quick. Okay, we'll totally change things up. I pity everyone who does these races, you know, and struggles with difficult racing. You know, because as I've said before, I'm hardly the quickest of drivers, but I'm still quicker than some huge percentage of the leaderboard, so it's off-putting for people. It doesn't really feel like it's something to work towards. It feels like you're just enduring it. And I know that's in the name, but still. Well, hello. How are you doing? You got them magic turbos again, have you? Too bad they ain't going to help you. Mid-race glitch. Whoa! Loads of comments. Can't even read. I'm not even going to attempt to read all of those because I'll go off the track. Yeah. I did notice somebody said about. I think it was Ollie said about the weather. The weather is more drastic and the cars seem more drastic, which is interesting because I seem to recall. I guess it depends actually on what order you do stuff in, but I seem to recall unlocking this race before Le Mans, didn't I? But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what order they expect you to do stuff in. I guess it doesn't really matter, but... Hello. How are you today? Are you happy with your insurance provider? I hope so. Ta-ta! Now. You didn't see anything, Akira. You saw nothing. Oh yeah. An unfortunate mishap. Thanks, Sir Phil. It was clearly a product of driving a Subaru. Only 99 minutes and 52 seconds ahead. Revenge is sweet. Oh, of course. Yeah, he had to load up his rubber band and attach it to my bumper. Twang! Why do my headlights suddenly seem less powerful? There we go. Just to put it into perspective how dark it can be. Right. The big old tank. Just like the one that keeps getting in the way. They good at that. If anything, you'd think it would be a GTR that would get in the way. That basically already was the embodiment of the M8 meme. funny because I feel like I've overtaken the same couple of cars a whole bunch of times, and then there's a load of vehicles on the grid which I haven't really interacted with. I feel like I haven't seen a Viper in a good long while, or a Corvette. I feel like I haven't seen an R8 in a minute either. Looks like the road is clearing a bit. Either that or there is no dry line anymore, which don't put it past them. Or at the very least the dry line is getting a bit wider, I think. Which again, impressive. It's good. It's visually good. It's cool. It's just how it's used feels very cheap. It doesn't feel like a race mishap. It feels like cheating. You know? Which car would I choose if I could use any? Which would I use? If I could use any of them and the balance of performance made up for it, I would use the Aston DBR9. Because I like that kind of era, the early 2000s GT1 kind of stuff. Especially if the balance of performance made it a bit more competitive against newer stuff. Yeah, I'd definitely go for that one. And then I think second to that one, probably this, to be honest, because it's one of the newer, fresher faces. I like the Beetle as well. I'm kind of surprised there isn't a Beetle in this, actually. Well, not that I noticed, anyway. It's funny how the Beetle doesn't really feel quite as OP, or maybe it's just me, but the Beetle doesn't feel as OP anymore in GT7 as it was in GT Sport. I seem to recall that was like many people's go-to vehicle for a good while. Pardon me. Hi there, dude. I am chasing down a vehicle with a bugged out race timer. That's the latest update. The new Porsche. I like the new Porsche. I did that rivals match between the new one and the existing one, which was interesting to see how they compared, especially in terms of the older one being better in some surprising ways, like way more torque, especially when you put the turbo on it. But yeah, the succinct version, the TLDR on that video, is the newer one is quicker in every way, tuned and standard, but the older one feels more characterful. The older one's more fun. The newer one feels a bit more clinical, which I guess fair play to the game, because a lot of modern cars do feel more clinical. Kind of like what I was saying earlier on about bikes. They're quicker than ever, but not necessarily more fun than ever. Yeah, could be the M4. I feel like they probably would go for the M4. Like I said earlier, I prefer the M8, but I feel like the time's passed for that. Especially if it's going to have to last however many years down the line for esports stuff. The M4 is probably a safer bet, really. I'd love to have some of the older stuff as well, like the Bentley GT3 or the Morgan Aero 8 GT3. Well, it looks like the track is drying up nicely now. Oh, was it interesting? Oh, was it? Was it? I hadn't seen that, I didn't think. They showed an M4, did they? What, with the new big grille? If so, interesting. I'm surprised I hadn't heard of that. Or was this like, has this just happened kind of thing? Because I'm surprised nobody tagged me in that on Discord, if so. Usually that would have happened. I should have took note when his lap changed to 66, then it would have given me the idea of how far ahead he was. At least a better idea. Oh, do you mean like a real version of the car? like the real M4 was parked there. In which case, yeah, that probably is a pretty good sign that it is going to be the new one. Interesting. Yeah, it should be good. And it certainly continues this trajectory that we're on of updating the fleet, which makes sense. Like I said before, I'm kind of more curious to see what happens with Group 4, because there are a bunch of those cars that need updating as well. I wish they'd add Maserati. Maybe they will, but I could see them not doing that. Maserati would be an awesome addition to Group 4 and Group 3 with the MC20. Oh, interesting. Is that him? Oh, here we go. I'm ahead of my best now. That's more like it in terms of pacing. Only with Beamer. Interesting. Ah, there he is. AMG Fat Boy. The soon-to-be southern-facing AMG Fat Boy. Nice try. Didn't. It's an incident. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing to see here. Really? That was some interesting exit speed out of that corner. He's got that wind up and go boost from the Nismo LM. I want to try and do a pit maneuver because it's more effective than ramming. Ramming helps me a bit in the braking, but I prefer to spin them out if possible. It gives me more of a time bonus. Yeah, see, where was this kind of pace at the start of the event? These cars were not this quick. If they were, I'd have never been 3 minutes ahead. Oh, almost. Almost. I don't want to lose it myself, though, trying. There you go. Have fun over there in the sand trap. Make me a nice little castle. With your grinning face staring back at me. And all is right in the world. Meanwhile, back there, the driver's like on fire. Ah! It's a shame you can't see more of the sky on the Nurb. Stars look nice. I just clocked the difference in me depending on how the race is going. When it's going well, I'm like, oh, look at the stars in this game. When it's going back, ah! Throws the controller through the TV screen. Me, also me. Yeah, it's kind of annoying that that time is still bugged out as well. Strange. We know he's not going to be a crazy distance behind, and obviously we know for a fact that both second and third are less than 29 seconds behind. We can say that much. But, yeah, still a lot better than it was. And now I should be able to, with some caution on certain parts that might still be a bit damp, open the car up a bit more and start to get some better pacing again. Although by the time we're reaching said better pacing, I need tyres again. But at least now it is dry. And thankfully on the map, dry for a hopefully good long while. Watch the wind completely do a 180-degree change and go through the same weather that we just had again. And we're having reports of a typhoon now over the castle. Well, Bill, no one was expecting a tsunami on the Nordschleife today. That's right, Mary. What are you doing? Stop it. Don't need no tank slap on a GT3 car. Suddenly thinks he's in Ice Road Truckers or something. I feel like the chat's going to be really backed up again. Like it's just going to shove a load of chats on screen. Thanks, dude. I am intending to do a review for the Power Pack. I'm not sure exactly when. It will probably be a couple of weeks, because after this I'm planning to redo the Suzuka, get the victory on Suzuka so that that's a victory in every race, and then do the review. Just need to send a message a second. Nah, mate, still racing at the moment. "14 hours to go." All things considered, not too far off halfway now. What's the lighting like? Ah! Looks like a nice day out. I think overall, you know, funnily enough, given the circuit talk earlier on, I think I actually enjoyed Spa the most. Suzuka bored me a bit. Le Mans was okay, but it dragged towards the end. You'd think I'd enjoy Le Mans the most, but I don't know, kind of not. Maybe part of it was because of it was soured by YouTube not saving the end. This one definitely wouldn't be my favourite. Love the Nurb, but don't love the AI this time around. Yeah, Spa was fun. And I also liked Spa because it was a great chat with the live chat. Fun, really fun cars, and being 8 hours was, well, I mean, obviously we'd be long done by now. So yeah, probably Spa, I reckon. Part of me kind of wishes there were more endurance races in there, like a maybe Daytona kind of thing. Hair's sticking up. Yeah, like Daytona or something like that, I don't know. Laguna Seca endurance, perhaps. 14 hours remaining. And it is 2 AM, so it's going to be dark for a while. Place your bets, folks. When do you reckon it's going to get light again? I reckon it'll be like notably lighter at like 6 AM, I reckon, in the game. 24 hours of Tsukuba. Yeah. Well, in the older games we had the 9 hours. That was bad enough. I don't even like the mission that's on Tsukuba with the MX-5s. I can't stand it. Tsukuba's great in small doses. I think Tsukuba is a perfect choice for one of the things it's used for, which is the World Time Attack series. That's great. Or the World Time Attack Challenge, I can't remember which one it's called. I think it might be Challenge. It's perfect for that. Flying lap, awesome cars, just crazy power, stupid aero. But for endurance, ooh, boy. Yeah, karting would be fun there. I'll tell you what I wouldn't mind doing. It would be a killer on your finger, but a Route X endurance. AKA 2 laps of Route X. But no, in all seriousness, I'd do a 24-hour of Route X. It'd be boring for people to watch, but yeah, I'd do that. I feel like if they did an endurance race on Route X, it would probably be like 4 hours, I could see, like some weird number like that. Or maybe even 1 hour. I wouldn't mind it though. Except the caveat would be, please let us use our own cars and tune them. I don't need a Tomahawk or something stupid like that, but if we're going to use like supercars and stuff, at least let us do our own tuning. And on the subject that people were asking about earlier on, people have asked in a few streams, I think, actually, about what might happen with like updating the power pack. It's going to be curious to see, because Kaz has mentioned, I believe, wanting to do further updates and explore it more. What, if anything, happens with the My First Gran Turismo demo? I wouldn't mind that getting an update, because you get a lot of free stuff from it. And it was interesting, I guess, for something different, but I feel like if he never updates it and never does anything with it again, very few people would even notice or remember. I tell you what, ooh, he's not going to do this, but this would be, imagine how cool this would be. Imagine if they used My First Gran Turismo to be a spiritual successor in terms of being that like free download only, limited time thing, to be a spiritual successor to GT and have like 1 or 2 bikes in there. On the point of design, yeah, from what I remember, I seem to recall the menu had quite a red theme going on, and it felt almost like more of a Gran Turismo 3 kind of vibe, which I thought was quite cool. Because I think, to be completely honest, Gran Turismo is missing a lot of its charm that it used to have, like with the deliberately cheesy menu music and super bright colours and stuff like that. I think it's, I don't know, it's too self-serious, but at the same time doesn't take itself seriously enough when it matters. Like, it wants to be perceived as the real driving simulator, but it doesn't really put in the work to do that, like with the AI and stuff like that. Or at least it doesn't put in the work always in the ways that it should be if it wants to actually be taken seriously. Because even, I can't remember the reason why, but the FIA, don't they have like no connection now? Or was it the FIA? Or was it now? It was like partnered with GT for the esports stuff. I can't remember what it was. Maybe I'm thinking of the Olympics, I can't recall. But whatever it was, they're not partnered anymore, which is interesting. Yeah, I can't remember what that was now. Oh yeah, I can't remember. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens with the next game, not only in terms of what they already had planned, but also if the PS6 does affect said plans, how will it change what would have been. It's all speculation, obviously, but yeah, that could be quite interesting. And I really hope it isn't a GT Sport 2. Ah, interesting. Like the world map. Oh, actually, I do vaguely remember that, now that you've said that. Yeah. Because I think that would have been around a similar time to when I made a video predicting... No, I made a semi-comedic video. It would be quite fun, actually, to go back and see how accurate what I said was. I made a video, like a strategy guide for GT7, before the game was out, before I'd played it, because I thought it was going to be so predictable that I just made this video beforehand. And it would be quite fun, actually, to go back, because I haven't checked since, and see how much of that was accurate to the actual game. That'd be quite fun. I'm keeping an eye on that weather because I want to make sure it's moving away. Yeah, we're not beating my best time, but the times are way better now, which is exactly what we want. Keep on running too late into that corner because of not wanting to cut it. It's hard to see because of the lack of light as well. Ah, he's just entered lap 68, so he's less than 20 seconds behind. Bit close. Bit close, I reckon. Again, where was your skill like this at the start of the race? On the point of the HUD for Gran Turismo, I have noticed over the years that I think it might have been around the time really of GT5, and now, I mean, look at this. It's become very bottom-centric. Take that out of context. Like it's all very jumbled at the bottom of the screen, where in some cases I don't really know where else you'd put it, but I kind of miss the days of having, like, you know, a rev gauge at the side, or even a speedo kind of thing within that rev gauge, and it would be nice to at least have the choice. I know you can get rid of stuff on the screen, of course, and some people like to drive that way, but yeah. So he's about 20 seconds behind, but he should probably end up pitting in at a similar time to me. In which case I should be okay anyway, because they all filled up their fuel, if I recall correctly. I think he was one of the ones who pitted in at the same time as me. But maybe he wasn't. We'll have to see. Speculations, conjectures, mysteries. We'll find out soon enough. Feels quite warm today. Doesn't help that I've got no fan on and the window shut, but still. Good. So the weather has gone off the edge of the screen. That is what I was concerned about. We don't want no weather turning round, I reckon. Good morning to you too, Levine. Only 13 hours to go. And it looks like it's going to be a nice day. Might put a little fan on a bit. I don't really like having the noise from the fan on in the vid, but I don't want to be too warm. It's weird, I feel more awake now as well. It's probably because of all that closer racing, even though I'm shrunk into the seat. Oh, I missed the 1,000-mile mark as well. Darn. Yes, I will. I'll be diving straight into bed, and then I've got to get up again at 7 AM to head off to the Haynes Breakfast Club car show. But by that point, I'll be all good. Probably this will end up ending about probably 10:30ish. Same with the Le Mans, and straight into bed, pretty much straight to sleep, and yeah, so that's like a solid 8 hours sleep. Can't complain. It's what I work best with anyway. 8 hours. Oh, that's interesting. I've just thought of another potential issue with a recent mod on the car. I don't know if you're still in here, little thimble, but I hadn't really thought about this, but the mascot that I put on Bonnie, I painted it black, and it's made of plastic. If I were, well, I guess I'm not keeping it on there anyway, but in summer, it'd probably melt. The horns would droop. Or the antlers, I should say. I missed that last message completely. No colours, no colours. What do you mean, no colours? Hmm? Say what? Oh. Yeah. I'm talking about the hearse, obviously. I decided to have a new mascot on the front grille because it's got the like split nose Pontiac Grand Prix grille, but it doesn't have the Pontiac logo in the middle, so it's got two drill holes in the front where the Pontiac triangle would be. So I bought a 3D printed deer skull with the antlers sticking out, and then spattered black paint all over it so it looked like a Nordic woodland god creature thing, like from the Richel. Spoiler alert. It's a bit small though for the front of the car. It's just over a foot wide on the antlers, which sounds big, but on the front of an American car it looks like tiny on the front. But because it's 3D printed, obviously it's the plastic, and I didn't really think until the sun being out today that it would probably melt because of being painted black. But I don't think I'll be leaving it on there anyway. It's way too small on the front of the car. It needs to be like a moose-sized skull, and there's no way I'd get away with that. I don't know if I'd be able to see past that actually on the grill anyway. And I didn't want to do that cliche thing of having horns, you know, like cow horns on the bonnet like some Yank trucks have. I didn't really want to do that. I think I'll just go without anything on the front. Doesn't really need it. Yeah, disappointing Rudolph. Exactly. As disappointing as when I first saw the size of a reindeer in person. And it was like, what's this? It was like the reindeer equivalent of a pug. Lap. Nice. Or to quote Gran Turismo's past, oh yeah. I seem to recall, wasn't that the failure music on like license tests or something? Which is a weird choice to be the fail music, if I'm remembering that right. Yeah. So much good music from back then. GT4 and GT2 especially. For me at least. Do-do-do. 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 East, south, north and west cities. Like an arcade casino lounge. It's funny how just like the few notes from it can bring back so many memories. Like do 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 do. Yeah, it's probably South City, yeah, something like that. And then if you wanted to fit a wing or do an oil change. Yeah, it was, I thought that was West City. West, it should have been West, because that would be like way over there. I thought South City was like European stuff, like Aston and Jag and Lister and all that. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Little baby. What were the other ones now? I can't remember the other tunes. No, can't remember. And then in GT1 they had like individual manufacturer tunes. I recall Toyota having a good one. I think TVR might have been pretty good as well. TVR's menu theme should have just been Dodge menu theme. Ooh. Whoa, that was close. I thought I'd made a mistake then. I saw my fuel light flashing. Oh, interesting. Strange that they did it that way, because East City, they were pretty sure to give that to the Japanese stuff. But odd. Had to be. Which makes it all the more weird that they didn't have West City as Yank stuff. Can't get much more west than that. Get any more west than that and you're in yesterday. Yeah, weird. Very weird. I mean, for North City, I could see that being the case, but really, that North City should really include France and France and Italy as well. They're not quite as north, but they could have kind of just divided it into three, really. And I guess technically that's what most games do, isn't it? You've got American region, Europe region, and Asian region. Could have just done it that way. And then just have a tiny little menu for Brexit. Just England. Give me a bit of that mango. I reckon it's got to be him probably behind me on the straight. Logically. Wrongly. Here's so wrongly. Right, mediums. Give me that juice. A bit black. A bit black. A bit of chocolate black. I may also pause for a pee. Peace out. Yep, yep. And we return to your regularly scheduled programming of good posture. It will last but a moment before I once again slump. It's interesting, this protein flapjack. I wouldn't know it was a protein thing. It just tastes like chocolate flapjack. Look on the details, it's like, we tricked them. It's just the protein that's in the dairy anyway. Oh, actually, I didn't notice. But I'm guessing he must have pitted in as well. Because I didn't lose my place. Yeah, it was an interesting change to have the weather for a bit, but I'm glad it's gone now. Especially because it didn't have the result that I thought it was going to have with leaving them in the dust. Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens next with GT. Howdy. Yeah. 13 hours to go. So, not far off halfway. Yeah, I get that a lot from my voice. And also just in general that my voice doesn't really match my look. Yeah, tell me about it. I'm looking forward to going to sleep after it. Be nice if it's a nice day again tomorrow for the show, but I don't know. Probably rain now. Nice day today and then rubbish tomorrow. But we shall see. Sun in the eyes. And that timer still hasn't fixed itself. It's still bugged out. The sun is getting brighter. The rays of sunshine are in my face. Did the... I don't know. Did thee know I must returneth? Dost thou know? Yeah, I think the one in second at least did. So yeah, I think a couple of them might have actually. Because none of them... I don't think none of them really caught up with me. So yeah, I think at least, definitely at least second, if not maybe like third and fourth as well, I don't know. Let's see if we can try for a bit of a quicker lap. I don't necessarily think I'll beat the best, because of it being night time with judging braking distances and that, but we can take a look. Well, never mind. Get on with it. Difference to third. Yeah. So for some reason second and fifth are bugged out. At least it's better than when I was behind them, when it was saying it was like 55 minutes behind. I wouldn't mind if that were the other way around, I could take a nap. Yeah, one of them's pitting in now as well. Number 4. I see some lights up ahead. Question is, will it be a road blocking M6 again? What are you waving the flag for? They don't care. Is it actually a Beamer as well? Yeah, of course it is. Which side do you want to go on? How about we work from there? Oh. That's annoying. I was closing in on my best lap then. Got from 4 seconds down to 1.7. would have been probably on the way to maybe beating it. Still, let's try again on the next one, shall we? I do want to beat that 817 at some point, lower it down. If I do it at night, all the more so. Oh yeah, cool. I think, if I remember right, the human comedy ones isn't one of those the Mazda endurance that I was saying about earlier that I don't like. The Tsukuba, what is it, 1 hour? Something like that? Oh, what's this? An NSX? Haven't seen him in a while. Maybe even the start of the race. Yeah. K-Kart, I can't remember that one now. I can't remember most of those missions, to be honest. I think there's a couple of them that I haven't done still. I think I need to do the Majore one with the Group 3s, I think it is, and technically I need to do the Tsukuba one with the MX-5s. A couple of times I went into it and just, a little Alfa Romeo. Feel like I haven't seen him since, well, maybe, well, I guess I must have passed him at some point because I started at the back, but I don't even recall passing that car. Good pace so far. Especially given I've had to overtake a car or two. Is that one a Scoobaroo? A couple of Scoobs then in the race, the BRZ and the Impreza. Lost a bit of time there, but still ahead. Not too bad. Next. A bit of a gap, so I should be okay for the rest of this lap, just to keep my own line and not have to worry about overtaking anything. Great job, dummy. Good, ahead again, making good time. Get on the road immediately after saying that. Let's see how we end up. If I don't mess it up here at the end, it should be at least a little bit quicker. Yeah, 2 seconds. It's not bad. And boom, very nice. Let's see if we can't do that again. Never mind. Still, got the 814 from an 817, so I'm happy with that. Yeah, that would be the front wheel gone, headlight caved in, driver's foot would be in his armpit. Only 0.8 of a second behind. It's not too crazy, all things considered. Can definitely improve that best lap again. Just need to get a lap where I don't make mistakes. I reckon if I can get it smooth, I could probably get somewhere around an 813. Maybe an 812, but probably an 813. Yeah, the damage is a game changer really in endurance, isn't it? Especially on a track like the Nurburgring where you can't get back to the pits. It's basically a DNF at that point. Five laps of fuel. Still no weather coming in to worry about. Good stuff. Bonk. Kind of just giving up on this lap, just it is how it is. I need to refill on some monster soon, I reckon. Oops. Oh yeah, I forgot I got the traction on, haven't I? Turn that off. You have to let me know if that's annoying in the background or if it's alright. Because it is a bit warm today. Boing. Four and a half laps. Got my floof hair going on again. Ooh, pardon me. Yeah, I could see that. "13 hours remain." The cockpit cam feels kind of annoyingly bouncy sometimes. It's like you got one of those coach driver seats, like the pneumatic seats. It's also the wrong perspective for that to be happening. You should be moving up and down with the car, not inside the car. Especially when you're so rigidly strapped into a racing seat. Also feels kind of like he's looking up most of the time. Big gap for the next car. Well, I'm saying the next car. The next one I can actually read is 2 minutes 11, which is not bad at all. But I don't know about the car in second. It's good to be getting those kind of gaps again, though. Like we were in the first couple of hours. And you can definitely see that I'm definitively not as quick in cockpit cam as I am in chase cam. Should have been focusing on that corner. The bouncing is ridiculous. Sure. Cool. On the road. May as well just pause it rather than throwing myself off the line. Second wind! To be fair, that did actually wake me up doing that then. Tyres are starting to feel a bit worn, a bit heavier. It's been a while since I've seen any other cars. Although actually, looking at the map, cool, it's going to be quite a while before I see any other cars. Miles away. Then again, a pit stop can change that pretty quick. Extra 40 seconds here or there. And so can spinning your car out. Me back. I really hope it is like this tomorrow. It'd be perfect weather. But doubtless, it shall not be. .8 laps. Swing break. I feel like the tyres are probably a bit too worn at this point to beat my personal best, at least for this run. But we shall see. I can but try. Yep. Gosh, wish it we. Yeah, no slip, but also nothing to get in the way, which is good. Not too far behind, given the tyres. Whoa! Input loads of comments. Oh no, those are all comments, never mind. I wonder if the chat was lagging that entire time. Might have that huge influx of comments to catch up now. Or not. Come on now. Might be close. A bit behind them. So that's... Pardon me, that's probably a negative then. but still not bad. Again, given the tyres and catching up a little bit. Given the tyres and given the interesting mishaps. Oh, can he catch it in the last few corners? Can he? Let's find out. Nope. Still, not bad. Not bad. Within half a second. Especially given the tyres are further degraded. Not bad at all. Not bad, not bad. And then we shall pit in at the end of this one. And even if it doesn't beat the best time, it's more than quick enough to be making up plenty of ground over the next cars. I'm going to try and keep an eye on the timer to see if I can notice when he jumps to lap 77, give me a better idea of how far behind he is. We know he's less than 2.5 minutes, but that's a pretty broad, pretty broad time frame. I reckon he's probably closer to 2 minutes. Although it looks like he's coming down the straight there, probably. One of those blue uns. Should find out shortly. Ah, there we go. About a minute 27, a minute 28-ish behind. Not bad. More than enough to be safe with a pit stop, that's for sure. And then it'll be interesting to see when he pits, because I have no idea anymore in this race who's pitting when. It's swapped around so much. Those curbs, man, they'll get you. Oh, there goes third, so he'll be even further behind. Pardon me. Come on now. Quick check of the weather. Yep, totally fine. Good, good, good. I think I might even have a bit of a 5 or 10 minute pause around the halfway mark at 12 hours. I'll probably leave the stream on, carry on to 8 hours as planned. But it seems like an appropriate time halfway through. I should have made up a little sign, back in 5, and hang it up. I guess I still could, technically. Hang it on the chair. More catch-up comments. Get on the road. Get on the road. It really would be handy in events like this if you could hand off to medium, yep, hand off to the AI for a bit, for like B spec. It's the wake up dance. Well, that looks like a dark cloud of death over there. Which I believe is probably the weather moving away. Ah, interesting. And he is filling up. So we have, again, a rough idea. The chat is slowly catching up. Chat's been quiet for a while, but I'm assuming that's just because people have been quiet, rather than because it's lagging. slouch time. I am but a head, floating through space, seeking a planet to call home. Caffeine? Caffeine is no match for my sleep delirium. I am but a head with oats in my teeth. These streams should be called Watch Grown-Ass Man Descend into Madness in Real Time. I float from curb to curb, making my way around the nurb. Mango. Oh, getting a bit closer to the comments. I wonder if there's just a massive influx that's going to arrive in a minute of comments to catch up with. I doubt it. I like it. I like it. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. No more. No. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Gonna get this stream all the copyright strikes. I descend into insanity. Oh! My thumb is numb. 1 hour of deep forest. Ah, cool. So these comments are new. I missed some of them. Somebody was having a fast. Cool. So the comments, it does look like the comments have been lagging then. I wonder how long it's going to take before it shows them on screen. My soul to take. So all these comments about me descending into madness are probably going to be backing up now. YouTube, forever the bastion of doing things as they're supposed to work. 17 minutes till I stretch my legs. Pardon me. My soul left my body. Oh, there it goes. It sounds like a tiny helicopter. Why do I feel like the 2 hours of sleep beforehand has made me worse? My brain was like, no! More! What was that? You call that sleep? You won a new car. Congratulations, you've completed the Nurburgring 84-hour marathon. You have unlocked a 1989 Mazda Miata. Special color, Spindrift Solid. With a racing stripe. Who needs to entertain an audience when I can entertain myself? It was approximately 12 hours into the endurance race when mentally he became broken, instead believing himself to be Homer Simpson. Unfortunately, the spiral is now complete, and there is no saving this painted male. All we can do now is watch and hope that he goes quietly into that good night. Never! This is my 5 seconds of fame. Congratulations. You have completed Mission 34. You get to now replay Mission 34. What a prize! Show them what they've won! You get to now replay Mission 34, except now you're in the gull wing. And you've got to catch the SLR. Good luck, bucko. Schnell, you know what I mean? This looks like some kind of Steven escape it. Yeah, basically. You're at the front of the procession. Lead the way. I look like a Stephen Hawking gaming channel.
Here we are in the Nurburgring endurance. Heading in. The theory of everything. 11 more minutes. Until I get to stretch my... Oh no.
Why, yes. Haven't you seen these mad skills?
I am the Gymkhana Master. Get wrecked. Ding, 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 ding. My turbo goes. Dorito power, you know what I mean. I live my life a quarter mile at a time. Because that's when the battery needs recharging. Windows is shutting down.
Diddle-doo-doo-doo-doo.
Welcome to Mission 69. You must take Stephen Hawking's chair around the Nordschleife in under 4 hours. It truly is the battle of the ages. The birth of the motor car versus the theory of everything. Some say his legs are fully functional. Some say I'm actually the next stage of human evolution. All we know is he's called the steering.
Eight more minutes. We're counting down.
Yo, let me get one of those oil changes in the GT Auto. Let's put a wide body on this thing.
I was invited to the Top Gear show to do a flying lap. My hand's okay. My brain has gone, but my hand's fine. My hand's going to need the GT Auto chassis restoration. Stephen Hawking attended the Colin Chapman School of Performance. Add lightness. his brain now gone to mush, driving purely on instinct. What is left is but a husk of his former self. He will wither away over time into his chair and become one with the machine. Truly, the circle of life will be complete. Let me be clear. This man is a hero. Not many took up the challenge of doing the entire 48-hour, nope, 24-hour. It doubled. Nah, I'm losing it. Forget it. My fellow amphibians. Minutes remaining until the break. Longest 2 minutes ever. $80 laps. So I guess unless the weather goes crazy, which by the look of things it won't, there should be more than 160 laps by the end of the race, because of course my pace was significantly reduced during the wet season, dropping by like almost a minute lap each time. So yeah, maybe, pardon me, maybe like 165 laps or something like that. Maybe even more. We'll see. Whoops! Don't look at your phone and drive, kids. Not even once. Everybody warned you about not using your phone while you're driving. But nobody warned me about not driving while using my phone. One minute, I was walking down the street checking my email, and then boom! I've got a steering wheel in my hand. Don't know what happened. Side effects of 24-hour races include vomiting, nausea, diarrhea, headaches, death, madness, death, consumption, nausea, memory loss, death, memory loss, and memory loss. I think I'll pause it on the street, so it's a wee bit better. And boom. I shall pause it there and take like a, let's say, 10-minute break, Obviously, the stream's going to stay on anyway, so I'll be back when I'm back. Au revoir! we're back. Let it begin. Or I should say, let it continue! Oh, I better check that the stream's still on. Yes, it is indeed. I'm back, I'm revitalized, I'm rejuvenated, and I'm ready to go for about 4 minutes. Then I'll be tired again. Check of the weather. Nope, looking good. 1 millisecond ahead of my best lap. That's how we do it. Yeah, it is good. Lost a bit, but still ahead. That's more like it. The best feature? I don't know. I guess what depends on what you classify as a feature. Overall, for the whole series, I'd probably have to go graphics. Because the physics have been kind of up and down. Career mode and stuff, in the older games, yeah, but not so much in the newer. I'd say the most consistent thing overall would probably be the graphics, because they're always good. Wasted a bit of time there. hello. Not the best there, but it'll do. Bring it home. 7 seconds. God, I wouldn't have thought I could improve it by that much. I guess having that halfway break was a good idea. Still got a little bit of a lap to go though, so let's see if I can bring it on home. Get in there. 8:06. Cool. Talk about an improvement. 7.5 seconds. That's more like it. From 8:17 to 8:14 to an 8:06. That's a hell of a jump. Very nice. Realistically, I was just about to say I'm not going to attempt improving it any more than that, but I'm already quicker now. But I'll be pretty happy with that as a best lap. I don't need to get quicker than that. I could, of course, you can always get quicker, but yeah, very nice. Sky's looking nice. In fact, that's probably partially to do with it, because I can actually see better now. Not bad pace, not bad at all. Sometimes the next lap after my best can be even better, I find, because there's less pressure then, especially if it's like a seasonal time trial or something, because once I've got the time I'm looking for, let's say for example if I'm aiming for gold or silver or whatever, once I've got it, the rest is gravy then if I continue lapping. Well, let's say for example I get the silver and then I want to aim for the gold because I'm not far off or something like that. Once I've got the silver, I can relax a bit. And we finally see a Corvette too. It's good luck. Pick a side, man. Again on that one. Oh, there goes that one. Oh well, like I said, gravy. Oh, why couldn't that have been on the last lap? And that. Proper noom. This one could have been done a bit better as well. So yeah, there's definitely, of course, points that I could have done even better there. Probably, I mean, it's just under an 807. I feel like if I didn't make any mistakes based on my skill level, I could probably break into maybe a high 805. But, yeah, even as is, not bad. Not bad. It's funny because even this pace, as thrown off as it was, still quicker than the previous best. I don't know about you guys, but I do find sometimes that I'm quicker when I'm not trying to be, when I just kind of zone out. Let your brain kind of go on autopilot a little bit. Not bad. Not bad. Still quicker than the other. Still my second quickest lap of the whole thing, I believe. Bit early on the break in there, really, but quite done. And of course it ends up facing the wrong way, because where else would it end up? Dum-dum. Hold on a second. So I need to check. Right. once again, the wrong way. Because of course. <sighs> 1.6 laps. I wonder if the tyres are more worn down because of going for those faster laps, pushing the car harder. I could see that being the case. And obviously those couple of spin outs would have worn the tyres a little more. Oh, and we catching up to a few things. Before too long, have a few cars to pass. Boing. As fun as it is to stream the endurance events, I will be happy when this is done. I like having them under my belt, but it does drag. Get a bit of the old schwip-schweem. Mediums, 1,300 miles and counting. Pardon me. 15-second stop on the dot. Thanks, dude. Fun to see the different time zones coming into play now with Brazil. Glad you enjoy it. It's a bit of a quiet stream, to be honest. But, hey, gets the 24 hours done one way or another. Whoops. Aha. Yeah, the old timer's still bugged out, but he's a decent way behind though. Around 2.5 minutes. More now, obviously. Especially given that I just picked him as well. Are you playing GT5 at the moment? Ah, nice. Right. Yo! Folks from different time zones popping up. Thanks. Cheers. And good morning. Oh, 20 past 11. Finish at 10 p.m. Yeah. Already been a long night, but at least we're over halfway. Oh no. How do I feel after the rain? First of all, that sucks about the game freezing. Hopefully that doesn't happen. And yeah, the rain was okay. I didn't enjoy it. As you can see from the map, it's long gone now. Hopefully no more rain. I was looking forward to the rain because of usually I'm good in the rain versus the AI, but the AI was acting as if the rain wasn't there, just the pace wasn't really changing. So I'm glad it's dry again because now I've opened up the gap. As far as where in the UK, I'm Somerset. So southwest. Yeah. No, I haven't been to the Nordschleife. I know a few folks who've been, and I'd like to go, but no, not yet. I think it would probably work out cheaper if I were to fly there and then hire a car. because it would be so expensive to drive mine there. I don't know how much exactly it would cost, but quite a lot. I've been told it costs roughly £2,000-ish to factor in everything, like hotel stay, travel, everything. But I would like to go. I'd rather hire a car at the Nurburgring as well, I think. It'd be cool to take, it'd be cool to take my own car around, but I feel like you could have more fun in a hire car. As has been said before, a hire car is the fastest car in the world. Yeah, I've used softs occasionally in previous races, but yeah, I mean, still make plenty of mistakes, but I think that's more so the tiredness. And yeah, I don't see enough of a difference with the racing softs for it to be worth the extra tyre wear. So I just go for mediums and then intermediates in the rain. We literally spent like, I don't know how long. It's got to be a good 8 hours of this race in the rain. First 2 hours are pretty clear, then a solid 8 hours of rain, and now clear again. That's a nice sentiment. I've already had my my stint with religion. I don't need it. I still like the standard cars, to be honest, in the older games. Obviously, they don't hold up age-wise very well, but yeah, I didn't use the Supra. I used the Pennzoil Skyline for Suzuka. I used the Mercedes for Spa and the Nissan R92CP for Le Mans. I always, like I've said before, I always just go for whichever car I prefer, rather than the difficulty level. Issue is I need a truck for the playlist, but it's not available. More GT3 car? I think it's more than likely that we will. People have been talking earlier on about, seems highly likely that the new M4, like the big grille, probably going to be coming pretty soon, which is an interesting one. Not a huge fan of it myself, but it does make sense. I'm looking forward to seeing some of the other replacements. And I said it earlier on, but some of the replacements I think are a bit more obvious than others. I reckon for McLaren, I could see us getting a 720S GT3 perhaps. For Lamborghini, I could see it being another variation of the Huracan. For Ford, I could see it maybe being more of like a Mustang GTD kind of thing. I don't know what they're going to do for Dodge. That's a difficult one, because the Viper's a bit long in the tooth. It's a good car, but it would feel a bit weird updating everything else and not that one, so I'm not sure what they'd do there. It would be kind of crazy, if you think about it, if they brought in kind of like what they did with Volkswagen, wherein they've got the Group 3 Beetle and then no other versions of the Beetle. Imagine if for Dodge they brought in a Group 3 version of the new Charger, the one that has an electric version, kind of like the Camaro LM race car style from back in the day. I could kind of see them doing something like that, like bring in the new Charger, and then you could do a Group 4 version, and certainly a Group 3, big old wide body thing. I don't think they necessarily would do that, but if not that, what else are you going to do? I mean, you can't just keep updating the Viper over and over and over again. It's already like a 2013 car. But we'll have to see, I guess. For Chevy, I think with Chevy that should be a good one, because I could definitely see that being a C8, like GTE. That seems pretty obvious, and a pretty cool change of pace as well. Very different approach for the Corvette. Aston Martin seems quite obvious, the updated Vantage. I hope they update Jag, but again, Jag's got the same problem as the Viper. What do you update it to? Aside from like one of the facelift F-types, maybe, with like the more squat front end. Aside from that, there's not really much else you could do with Jag. Nissan, I have a theory that they might use the Z instead of the GTR. So thanks for the support, dude. And for Mazda, I don't know, it wasn't that long ago, I guess, that they updated Mazda with the RX Vision. Honda NSX, what are you really going to change that to? So I think that might be a bit of a problem. Subaru, I guess you could update it. Mitsubishi, same problem. What are you going to do? It'd be pretty cool. I've always thought, I don't quite understand why they didn't do it, why there's no Bugatti Group 3. Because you've got the Veyron and the Chiron, you've got the Group 4 Veyron, you've got the Group 1 Vision GT, but then you've got no Group 3 car. A Group 3 Chiron, for example, that'd be pretty awesome. Fictional, of course, but... Audi, that's pretty obvious, just keep updating the R8. Blah blah blah. Hyundai, what would they do for Hyundai? Don't know what they do for Hyundai. Genesis, I don't know what they do for that either. Logical one would be the Genesis supercar concept, but I don't know. So there are a couple that I'm not sure about, but a couple of them are definitely ripe for updates. And then with Group 4, it's anyone's guess, really. Trying to get good horsepower from the basic rotary. Which rotary do you mean? Like in GT7? That would be what? An RX-7? if your gear's bogging down, if you're talking about in GT7, then if you're bogging down in 5th gear, it depends how many gears you've got. If you've got a race gearbox already, then it sounds like either you've got, well, it depends if it's turbo aspirated or not. If you've got like a low end or a mid-range turbo, that would be bogging down in 5th. So it's a 6-speed, okay, yeah, so depending on the turbo you've got, it sounds like there's either a mismatch between your turbo and your gearbox, like your turbo is kicking in too early and then you've got no high-end power. If you've already got the high-range turbo, then it sounds like you've got gear ratios that are too long. If you're struggling in 5th and you're not even using 6th, then almost certainly your gear ratios are too long. Or at the very least your final drive. What's your auto setting on? And also, well, if you give me the spec, like what's the horsepower, what's the weight, what's the point level, and then what's your auto setting on the gearbox, like for miles per hour or kilometers per hour. With that information, it would help. But to be honest, regardless of the turbo, it sounds like the gears are way too long. Because you should be in 6th gear no matter what. And if it's struggling in 5th, the gears are way too long. It's not necessarily a bad thing to not use all of your gears anyway. Just as long as your power's properly matched. Sometimes you'll get more speed and more acceleration out of a gearbox if you use like 4 or 5 gears instead of more. Hey dude, it is going good. Oh, just under 11 hours left, so still a ways away. Oh, so you're talking about Forza, not GT7. That helps as well. Because yeah, that'll depend on... So if you've got... I can't remember if you confirmed whether or not it was an RX-7, but if you're talking about Forza, well, there's loads of different vehicles that would have the rotary within Mazda. There's the old RX-7, new RX-7, FC RX-7, RX-8, so it depends which one you mean. But yeah, either way, it sounds like too many gears, or too long. No, this is GT7 at the moment. Doing a 24-hour race. I might stream some Forza in future. I've done a little bit in the past. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I did some drift streaming, but most people on the channel tend to be here for Gran Turismo stuff, so I don't do as much Forza content anyway. I like doing it, but if people ain't going to watch it, yeah. Bonk. And yeah, I'm definitely planning on doing builds in Horizon 6 as well, which is part of the reason why it sucks that you got to wait to have it on the PS5. I wish we didn't have to wait. Somebody said earlier on that it's supposed to be maybe May. I think they said like May 19th or something like that, or maybe earlier, I can't remember. So it's not crazy long to wait, but Still would be better if it was the same time, really. I'm going to have to free up even more memory, actually, as well. Send even more games to the hard drive. Yeah, I think it'd be quite a nice way to close out the gameplay side of the power pack before I do the final review of the whole thing, to redo that Suzuka event, as I already said about, but redo it for two reasons. One, first time wasn't live, so it was a bit boring, and secondly because it's the only one that I don't have a victory on, pending this of course. So for the sake of completion, it'd be a nice way going back, doing it. And I think, unless anything changes, I should be able to do that next Saturday. And I'll probably, compared to this, it's a walk in the park doing 6 hours, but I'll probably do maybe 6 PM to midnight, I reckon. Nice evening stream. As far as the review goes, I don't think it will be all that long, really. I'll probably aim to make it maybe, at the most, somewhere between, like, probably 8 and 15 minutes, something like that. To be like the concise thoughts of the whole pack, all of the experience of playing through it, completing everything. At this point, I feel like the people who are going to buy it will have either already bought it or already decided whether or not they're going to. But maybe for those who are interested, it's worth doing a final review. Well, I guess it's less of a review and more of like a final verdict on the whole thing. Whether it felt like it was worth the time, worth the money, and a fitting DLC, I guess. Got plenty of footage for it, that's for sure. Old comments popping up again. I'm pretty sure those for the third time. Yeah, these are like, pretty sure like 2 hours ago, if not more. That's a bit closer now. Not so long ago. That's saying about that point of buying the truck that you need in GT5. It reminds me of one of the things I really miss from Gran Turismo, like choice of car feeling like an actual strategy. Because back then you had to conserve your credits. You had to pick: do I get a new car that's maybe better? Do I buy a used car and maybe get more value for money? If I buy this particular car, how many events am I going to be able to use it for realistically? It just felt more rewarding, you know. Obviously, as I've harped on about millions of times, having certain vehicles locked as prizes I think is always a great idea, because it gives you something to work towards and it makes the cars feel more special. But just on the point of buying cars, GT4 is a prime example. You pick the right car at the start of the game, you can get so much done with it. Especially if you load up the credits from GT3 into GT4, you could download the 100 grand extra, so now you've got like 110 grand to work with. Go straight into the license centre, work your way through all of the licenses. That gets you, I think, 10 cars immediately if you get gold on everything. Even if you get silver on everything, that's 5 cars at least. I can't remember what the cars are, but I'm pretty sure at least a couple of them are quite useful. I remember one of them, which is all gold on the Super license, which is of course the Ford Model T. Then If you want to, you could buy like a used Mitsubishi Evo for like 10, 15 grand. Or you could probably use one of the cars and the licenses, I can't remember, without even buying anything, to enter the rally events, go to Amalfi, and then you can just grind the Amalfi race over and over again. You win the Toyota RSC Rally Raid car every time, which you can sell for $250,000. And the race doesn't take that long. So immediately, without buying anything, really, you're earning $250,000 in, I can't even remember how long the race takes. It's got to be probably under 10 minutes. Great little strategy. And it just doesn't really feel like the games necessarily value that as much anymore. You can still kind of do it. One of my favourite things in Gran Turismo is having the strategy of seeing how far you can go without actually buying anything. At the very least, not buying vehicles, even if you do buy some tuning parts. And that's just fun. You could do that in Forza as well, especially in the older motorsport games, just relying on stuff that you've won. And it's just fun. It feels like a smart way of playing the game. It gives you an extra self-imposed challenge. The game doesn't reward you in any other way. It's just the satisfaction of knowing that you haven't actually spent any money, which is cool. And then in the long run, when you don't spend much money, it gives you way more for when you do want to buy something expensive, like a supercar or LMP car or whatever. That was fun. But to be able to do that, it required a lot more planning and forethought on the part of Polyphony, which it just doesn't feel like they're that bothered about doing that anymore. Career mode in GT7, for example, it kind of just feels like a bunch of races just crammed together. Like, oh, here's some Ferrari races, here's some Porsche races, here's some Group 3 stuff, here's some this, here's some that. Rally, as a prime example, is just kind of dumped there. And it doesn't really feel like there's any strategy to it. You just... You do your missions, you do your licenses, you win your cars, you can use some of them for career mode if you want to, so you can kind of do the same thing, but for some reason it still doesn't feel as fulfilling as it used to, in a weird sort of way. Could just be me, the rose-tinted glasses with the past and all that, and I'm sure there's some of that, but I don't know. It's not the same, man. Aha, new comments. I missed that second one down, but I saw that he said you wanted to play the DLC, the other one, but that your dad's nicked the PS5. Ooh. Ooh. I see some weather. Don't be bringing that weather over here. I don't need more weather. 10 hours left, which is... that might be enough time for that weather to reach us. Sounds obvious that it would, but considering it's taken... How long has it taken? It must be at least 3 or 4... It's got to be 4 hours by this point. Maybe 3. That it's taken for that weather to move down to the left, and that's not even off the screen yet. So I should have minimum 4-5 hours at least before that weather starts to get close. But we shall see. And in a couple of hours, I also need to start the third part of the stream for the final 8-hour stretch. I don't know. It's not so much the race that's hard on each occasion. I don't know. It feels more like... It's more like just the fact that it's the 24 hours makes it a slog. In terms of the race itself, I've been in first place more in this race versus Le Mans, whereas a lot of Le Mans was chasing down the top 5 cars. But I don't know. I think I enjoyed Le Mans probably more. I have reviewed it. Yeah, I reviewed the road version and this one. I'm guessing you're talking more so about this one, comparing it to the 458 GT3. Speaking of which, that's another Rivals match I need to do. I forgot about that. So I'll dive more into the answer to that question, I guess, of how they compare, because it'll be interesting to see how the lap times compare. I definitely prefer this, personally, over the 458 GT3. As a base model, I prefer the 458 road car over the 296 road car, but as a race car, I like this one more. It's fresher, newer, more interesting because of that. But what was I going to say? I just find this one more consistent and more predictable. There are 10.5 hours remaining. The Elantra N... I like the touring car. Yeah, I think it's a good addition. And it also makes me interested to see what happens in future with Group 4. Because, like I said, the Group 3 stuff's pretty obvious in terms of cars you can imagine being added. But, yeah, Group 4 I'm quite curious about. Whether or not it continues on the trend of more like touring car style stuff, or more GT4-esque stuff, which is kind of what most of them are now. I would personally like to see a few more like N24 kind of spec machines, which is technically what the Scirocco got started as, the GT24 version back in Gran Turismo 6, and then they just turned it into more of a generic Group 4 car. But stuff like that would be cool. But we'll see, I guess. Yeah, we'll have to see, I guess. I feel like if they're going to update them you kind of have to go forward. You can't have some updated and some older. You need to have them fresh. But, I don't know. I guess one of my hotter takes as far as these updated Group 3s and Group 4s is, I don't know if it's that hot of a take, but it's kind of a radical idea in a general sense. I reckon they might drop the GTR as the Nissan. I think they might have the Z take over. Have a Group 3 wide-body racing Z, and, I mean, for Group 4 it lends itself to that anyway. You can imagine what a Group 4 version would look like. I could easily see that happening. Plus the Z kind of feels more appropriate. It's a smaller sports car platform, it's rear-wheel drive anyway, fits in more with like your Jag F-types and that kind of thing. The Alfa 4C, that would be an interesting one as well. What would they do for Alfa Romeo? Because the 4C is getting a little bit long in the tooth as well. I don't know what they'd do for that. I mean, a Giulia would be cool, but I feel like they're not really featuring many four-door, touring car kind of GT3s anymore, or Group 3s. Even Mazda moved away from the Atenza and into the RX Vision instead. So it definitely seems like they're trying to make Group 3 more pure sports car racing, which is appropriate, really. Doesn't bode well, I guess, for the Mitsubishi and the Subaru. You'd have to figure out what to do with those. But I think the one I am most fascinated about, if they were to update, I forgot the Envision Hydrogen, what class? Well, it doesn't really matter anymore about class. It probably wouldn't have one. It might have an unofficial class of like X or something, but in terms of actually using it in the game, it would be like the Zonda R and the Espace F1, that kind of thing. It would just be kind of classless. It could be interesting to use. I must admit, I don't use it much in Forza. It's not that great of an electric car. It looks cool, but that's about it. I can't remember what I was saying before now. Oh yeah, the one that fascinates me the most, I think, really is the Viper. I really am curious to see what's going to happen if they are updating most of the grid. What are you going to do with Dodge? I'm really keen to see what they do. Unless they just go wacky with it and make like a Group 3 baby Tomahawk. But I wouldn't have thought so. Especially not when they're trying to have it taken more seriously. Yep, red sky and morning. Certainly confirms the weather later on coming over. Yeah, I don't know. The Viper feels... It's a shame because the Viper used to be a powerhouse, like in the days of the GTS, and even the SRT10, or the GTSR concept, which so many of us love. And now, I don't know, the last generation Viper just never really did it for me. Like the 2013 kind of shape, just... yeah. It doesn't feel like it's quite got the edge anymore that it used to have. It feels a bit too civilized. And I guess another thing that they could do is we may see a future where perhaps one or two manufacturers are, if not dropped from Group 3 events, essentially put on the back burner in favour of maybe bringing in like a new one. Hi, Poly Mazda. So for example, let's say they just cannot think of a car to update Subaru with, let's say, or Mitsubishi. I could see them maybe like dropping one of those out of rotation for the teams and maybe replacing it with like a fresh Group 3 Genesis or a I guess Genesis is already in there technically, or some kind of newer brand. Let's say, for example, the one that I always champion because it just makes too much sense, Bentley. If you bring in a newer generation Bentley Continental, you've got yourself road car, Group 4, Group B Rally, easy if you wanted to, but they probably wouldn't, and a Group 3. You could have that like take over for Subaru or Mitsubishi. Again, Cadillac, that's another prime one. Great suggestion. The Group 1 is obvious, you've got the hypercar. It would be appropriate to have another hypercar in there. And if you had like a Blackwing, for example, I feel like for racing you might want to go with the ATS-V because you've got the GT3 spec, but even that's a bit older now. So yeah, I don't know what you do with Cadillac. I'd love to see it. Obviously Cadillac's one of my favourite brands, but I don't know quite how they'd go about that. And then with some of them, some of the updates I find a bit boring because they're just so obvious. One of the reasons why I like this Ferrari is because it's genuinely different to the 458. It's not just a facelift. Whereas with the Porsche, it's just an update of an already good car. In the case of Audi, you already know that would be the same thing, just a different version of an R8. With Mercedes, I think it would probably end up being the same, just another variation of an AMG GT3. I find those boring. Cadillac GTP, I don't know which one you mean, unless you're talking about the LMP car from the 2000s. An Escalade, yeah, go for it. An Escalade V-Series, that'd be a hell of a thing. Finally a vehicle that can properly take on the Lamborghini Urus. And if they make it accurate to real life, it could come with a 20,000 mile engine recall as well. Which is what most owners seem to be having on those V-Series Escalades. From them blowing their engines. IMSA. Right, so do you mean like an older shape, or? Because when I think of like IMSA, I'm thinking of like the Daytona prototypes and that kind of thing. In which case, I don't recall the Cadillac one in that. Yeah, like I said about the Trackhawk, if we're going to have SUVs, make it worth the while, you know? If you don't even need to add a huge amount. If you just added a handful of obvious ones. Again, if Bentley was brought back, Bentayga. Obvious choice, perfect Lambo rival. You could easily have essentially the same thing, but from Audi with the RSQ8. In the form of Mercedes, you could have like a, I don't know what, GLE 43 AMG or whatever. Dodge Trackhawk, Jeep. You can have the Jeep as well. The Jeep, what is it? The Trailhawk. You could have, if you want to get some electric stuff in there, you could get the newer shape Ford Lightning, the F-150 Lightning truck, which is actually a really fun car to drive in Horizon 5. I guess, yeah, I mean, they could have the G-Wagon. It's the perpetual G-Wagon. After the sun has exploded, there'll still be a version of the G-Wagon. And yeah, well, we already know actually on the point of Chinese cars, we know that there is another one coming. Thankfully, it's a very quick one, but people will still hate it. The Yangwang U9, the 310 mile an hour thing. Probably be the most useful. Well, I don't know about that. It should be, or could be, the most useful. Whether or not it will be is another thing. I feel like the newer Tesla, will probably end up being just the best one overall because of how often you can use it compared to the others. But there's potential, I guess. If you're going to go for Chinese stuff, I'd rather, I mean, it kind of is and it isn't. It is really, but I'd rather they brought back MG. Or not brought back, they've never had MG in Gran Turismo, but bring back the newer MGs like Forza does. Because once you've got MG in there, you've got a prime opportunity to have some of the older stuff as well. Like one of my favourite cars, the MG SVR. That'd be cool. And also, speaking of MG, kind of wouldn't surprise me actually if they did do that. Because MG is prime for the touring car. They've already got one. I could also see them perhaps bringing in Lynk & Co. Because Lynk & Co. also has a touring car style platform. And if I recall correctly, I think Lynk & Co. had the front-wheel drive Nurburgring record. Again, pretty obvious choice to go for. And they're not just electric, which makes for a, nice change. they've actually got some, well, MG and Lynk & Co. both have some actual normal engines to tune, so that could be fun, I guess. I'm not a huge fan of the look of either MG or Lynk & Co., but if you do want to have more of that kind of stuff, then why not? More useful than electric anyway. It's a shame that Lotus has the issues with licensing or whatever, because Lotus would make for some really cool vehicles, both for the electric and normal side. You could have an Emira, and then you could have quite easily a Group 4 version. I'm sure there already is some variation of that, like a GT4, and you could quite easily turn it into a Group 3 platform. If you went electric, you could go for my favourite Lotus, the Elite SUV, or you could go for the more obvious Via, which imagine what that would be like in the game. 2,000 horsepower electric hypercar, that'd be a lot of fun. But alas, it seems no time soon. Yeah, I mean, we know that will happen. Of course it will happen. They'll probably also add the new Celica whenever that comes out, and the new MR2 whenever that comes out. I would not be at all surprised if we end up... Actually, I could see this happening this year. We were talking about this one hours and hours ago on the stream. I could see them adding the new Honda Prelude. That seems like a pretty obvious one. And one of my personal predictions that I keep going back to, the McLaren Solus, because it's essentially just the Vision GT car but with a V10 engine that you can actually buy. So that seems like a pretty obvious pick to go for. Actually, there is another brand that is kind of ripe for an update as well. Peugeot. Peugeot definitely needs some updates. Group 1 desperately needs the hypercar, the 9X8, instead of the 908, as much as I love the 908. Group 3 desperately needs an update as well from the RCZ. I don't know what you'd update it with. That'd be the problem. Group 4 and road cars, you could have, I don't know, like 508 performance or something like that, or maybe a hot hatch. Yeah, I could see them having like a racing version of the Prelude. In fact, I think I might have just answered my own question from earlier on. Because one of the things I was talking about earlier is on the subject of updating the Group 3 cars, how would you update Honda? Because you can't really go higher than the NSX. And I'd forgotten, but maybe the Prelude. You could quite easily do a Group 3 kind of machine on the Prelude platform. Yeah, I could see them doing that actually. Yeah, maybe the Prelude could be the new Group 3 and Group 4. Yeah, that could definitely happen. Or I could definitely see that happening, I should say. I think Toyota's probably just fine for the moment. They've got the newer shape Supra in there, pulling you know, double duty with Group 4 and Group 3. I feel like they'll probably leave that as is for a while. They might update it to a fresher version, but probably keep it as is in general concept. And I could, on the subject of GT500 stuff, I could see them adding more Group 2s in the form of like, or as you said, like the GT500 Prelude, or I don't know, GT500 Supra. I'm assuming there is one, newer shape, something like that. Mercedes, that's what I was saying earlier on. Mercedes to me is one of the boring ones, like Audi. I think they just give it a newer version of the AMG GT3. And I think they did the same thing with the R8, just a facelift, as boring as that would be. Because what else are they going to do? Where would you go from there? You can't do an AMG 1, that's way too fast. And for Audi, well, there's nothing above the R8 really for Audi, not in that kind of sphere. It's not like they're going to do an e-tron or something like that, that's not going to work. But yeah, I don't know. Group 4. What have we got in Group 4 at the moment? I'm trying to think. AMG GT, is it in some form, I guess? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not up on touring car racing enough at the moment to know if Mercedes is in that or not. But it's feasible, I guess. Maybe like a CLA touring car, something like that. Yeah, because that's long in the tooth now, and it also doesn't match with the AMG GT3 at all. I think one of the worst ones though is Volkswagen. Volkswagen's all over the place. They desperately need an update. The Beetle is interesting, but long in the tooth, and also very strange that there's no road-going version. Then you've got the Group 4, which is way too long in the tooth. Cool because it's front-wheel drive, been the Scirocco, but way outdated. I don't know what they'd replace that with. I feel like for Volkswagen, maybe just add the Volkswagen Arteon, basically the new Passat, and then you could have a Group 4 touring car style, and then kind of do like the Mazda Atenza Group 3 kind of approach, but with a Volkswagen Arteon. For Jaguar, I mentioned earlier on, I think Jaguar's a problem as well. It's kind of a problem, and it's not a problem. It's not a problem because there is a newer version of the F-Type, which they could include, the facelift, where it's got like the squat front end and the smaller headlights. So I feel like they'd probably do that, and that would go for road car Group 4 and Group 3. But it's not exactly the most interesting of updates. That being said, it's essentially what they've done with Porsche, so they're certainly not above just updating a similar idea. Aston Martin is one of the more interesting ones. I actually would find, as I said earlier on, I would find McLaren potentially more interesting, because I reckon they would add like a 720S GT3 instead of a 650, and that would just be way more interesting. Totally different handling profile as well, plus perhaps a 720S road car, which I think a lot of people would probably be happy with. The McLaren Huayra, as I call it. What other brands are there? I think Volkswagen would be tricky, but doable. Alfa Romeo, that really is the one that would be odd in terms of which car to pick. Dodge, I don't have a clue what they're going to do there. Chevy, I think Chevy is going to be a fun one. Yeah, I would love to have the MC20 as a Group 4 and a Group 3 car. I feel like the Group 3 would have to be fictional, or you'd have to have like the MC Extrema version, which just doesn't really fit because it's not a proper race car. So yeah, that would have to probably be a fictional one, but it could be a really cool one, because it would kind of look something like this really, in terms of the aero probably. But yeah, I'd love to be able to represent Maserati. Lexus could do with an update as well. Citroen, yeah, that's an easy one to forget about. Yeah, that's the problem. What would you even do? I feel like, here's another theory. I feel like I could see them going down the route, if they were to update Citroen, in effect. I could see them maybe dropping Citroen and using DS instead. And then you could use, what was the name of it? I did it in that video about forgotten Citroens. Citroen made that like supercar concept, not the GT by Citroen, a later one. It's like a pearlescent green kind of colour, but anyway, it's in that video. But it's almost like a Honda Prelude kind of shape. That could be an interesting base for a Group 4 and a Group 3, because they're certainly not above using concepts. Genesis shows that. But Yeah, I could see him doing that. Maybe using DS instead of Citroen. Because what, like you said, where are you going to go with Citroen? The GT is awesome, but it's very long in the tooth. Mitsubishi is a massive problem. Subaru is a bigger problem. Subaru's not quite as bad, because you can essentially just keep reiterating on the, or keep iterating on the BRZ. But Mitsubishi is a problem. It's not like there's a new Eclipse to go with. There is, but there isn't. They'd almost have to like create their own Evo in a funny kind of way, like a Evo 11 or Mitsubishi Revolution. Suzuki, yeah, Suzuki's also an odd one. I feel like the Suzuki VGT hasn't really been around long enough to change it already. And again, what would you do? But yeah, I don't know. I'm going to pause after we exit the pits as well, because I need to pee. Hello, dude. Ooh, 14.9 second pit. I can't be bothered with the softs because I don't really find myself getting any quicker with them, and they just wear out quicker. I did it in a previous race, but not worth it. Pace doesn't change enough for me to justify them, really. Plus I'm already miles and miles ahead anyway. And I need to pee! Back momentarily. And we're back. Proper daylight by now, which isn't far off what I said. I thought it'd be about 6 AM, I think I said. So not too far off. It's been light for a little while though, so technically closer to 5. And we still got the bugged timers. Really would be nice to know exactly how far behind he actually is. KTM, yeah, I mean, KTM's got some good ones that you could use. Yeah, the music rally is, I don't know, they were trying something, but there's no real reward for it. It feels kind of pointless. But yeah, the Crossbow GT2, you could quite easily have a GT4 version. I think, isn't there already a GT4 if I remember right? So yeah, you've kind of got both. Yeah, so that would be prime for that. That would be a great choice actually. Yeah, because I bet there are people who would love to not only use that but to represent KTM. That'd be really cool actually. That's a good shout. Yeah, I wish. Tourist Trophy 2. It can be done, but Kaz won't. From his own mouth. We could be printing money, but one of the things I think I hate the most about Kaz's reasoning on Tourist Trophy 2 and why it's not happening, or at least last time we spoke about it, it wasn't happening. He said that the physics engine can already do it, the GT7 engine, so they could make Tourist Trophy 2 now, but the reason why they're not is because he doesn't like that rigs aren't realistic enough for bikes. The problem with that logic is, on the one hand, sure, let's go with you and let's agree. Let's say that you really want that rig experience to match like the feel of the handlebars at the very least. If not, actually have some kind of weird rig that you can sit on top of and lean, I guess, if you really want to be immersive. Problem is, without Tourist Trophy, there's no reason to make that rig. So it's circular reasoning. You're never going to have the rig to allow for the game because there's no demand for it. Because what other bike games are there? There's Ride, and that's it. But you already know, if Tourist Trophy came out, and especially if they pushed it as, you know, the Gran Turismo bike game, which is what it is, I would not be at all surprised if it outsold Ride. Not at all. And then you've got it for Ride and Tourist Trophy. Except, I just don't think... Oh, so that's how far behind he is. Interesting. So he's about 4 minutes 20 behind. That's good to know. So after this pit, he'll probably be maybe a hair under 5 minutes behind. Not bad. Struggling with that frame rate there a bit, aren't we, guys? But yeah, I just don't like the circular reasoning. I'm not making this game because the rig isn't good enough for the type of game, but the rig for that type of game doesn't exist because there's no game to justify it. So in other words, we'll never get Tourist Trophy 2 unless he completely changes his mind, or if someone can convince him. And honestly, speaking about DLC earlier on, if the reason why we're seeing more activity in GT7 is because of the PlayStation 6 issues, because of course Polyphony would know that way before the public do. So if that is the case, I would happily take like a Tourist Trophy equivalent as a DLC in this game, like Drive Club style, but with like loads of career mode events, etc. Dodge Ram, yeah. Group 3, just go all the way. Have like a trophy truck, or not a trophy truck. What do they call them? Those like the NASCAR trucks. I can't remember what they're called. Pro Truck? Is it something like that? And someone else asked, where would I see, or where would we see GT in 10 years? I could see GT in 10 years probably just about releasing the demo for GT8. I mean, I jest, but not really. I could see us being... I don't know. I could see us maybe being a split point where they offer two games at the same time, or two kinds of experience at the same time, where there's like a GT Sport 2 equivalent and a GT8, and maybe split the games into two distinct camps of fandom. Because if you think about it from a business perspective, it's not a bad idea, because you'll have some people who will buy both, including myself, obviously, to cover it for content reasons. And then you've got, you can have a GT Sport 2 with even like a pared back experience, more like AC or Project Cars style, to make it purely for the esports. And then you could have a GT8 to cater more to the big career mode, the missions, all that kind of stuff. And somebody's just posted in the Discord interesting Xiaomi Vision GT car. Interesting. I'll have to do a video on that one. I might do that for Monday, actually. if GT arrives alongside PS6, which again from a business perspective I could see Sony kind of deliberately holding off, or deliberately asking Polyphony to hold off to make it like a console seller kind of game. But I think they would kind of have no choice but to do what they've done with Sport and 7, which is have cross-platform. Although I do hope, and I believe, thanks to the power of the PS5, I would imagine that a cross-platform GT8 should have most all of the features carried over on both, aside from maybe like, you know, even better graphics, even quicker loading times, whatever else, maybe even like whatever Sophie 5.0 and bigger lobbies maybe for more people on the PS6 version. I could see something like that happening. But yeah, I don't know. I basically bought the PS4 for business reasons, for GT Sport and GT7. For GT7 I should say. So I guess I would probably try and do that again, but I hate buying a console for one game. It's part of the reason why I still don't have PSVR. I just don't want to buy that for just Gran Turismo 7. As game-changing as everyone tells me it is. I've already said many times, but I will buy PSVR when they make a proper Fallout 4 or equivalent VR experience, because that's what I would spend most of my time doing. And the funny thing about the VR, to me, VR almost completely negates what Kaz said about a Tourist Trophy 2 not being realistic enough. Because if you think about it, it would be far more immersive to just use the VR to lean your head into corners, as you would, than to have some stupid little plastic bike rig that's like bolted to a table. That's not realistic. And the size of the rig you'd have to have if you want a full leaning experience, you'd have to have pneumatics in it and everything. And yeah, I improved my fastest lap quite a while ago now. Improved it by a lot as well. My fastest for a good long while was an 8:17, then dropped to an 8:14, and then really pushed and got down to an 8:06. So a pretty huge difference from what my best was. I'm not really bothering anymore to try and beat that. That's fine. I'm more than quick enough compared to the other cars anyway. And not far off, a couple of minutes away from 10 hours remaining. It's the good old BMW roadblock again. It's so weird as well to have the M6 race car and no M6 road car. I'd much rather use the M6 road car of that generation. I think it's a really cool machine. Yeah, this Xiaomi Vision GT is an interesting looking thing. Looks more like a Genesis. But then again, most Chinese stuff is very generic. I'll tell you what, somebody in China needs to employ me. I may not have run a car business before, but I guarantee I can make something far more appealing to the West. For a start, give it a decent name. Nobody wants to buy a car that sounds like a phone. Especially not when it's made by a phone company. Yeah, if you count the real stuff, I guess, because you've also got the Beetle, where there's no other version of that, which is an odd one. I wish we did have a road-going Beetle, especially if it was like the Beetle GSR, the yellow one with black stripes and just under 210 horsepower. That'd be quite fun. I would like to hope that they'd carry over the cars. I think almost always, I would assume for licensing reasons, some stuff does get left behind. So, for example, I could see them leaving behind the McLaren MP4, because a lot of it does seem to affect Formula cars, or Grand Prix cars in general. So I could see them leaving something like that behind, and maybe having an equivalent, like, you know, F whatever A kind of Grand Prix machine like they have now, like the F3500 A and B. Aside from that, what else would they leave behind? There's always going to be one or two that you wouldn't expect, so you kind of can't predict it, but I think most of them would probably be carried over. Kind of like what Sport was to 7. I could see maybe one or two of the Vision GTs being left behind, if it's maybe a smaller brand, kind of like how Fittipaldi was. Which is ironic, because even many of the people who hate Vision GTs loved the Fittipaldi, because it was such a good car, and so different. And that's one of the ones that they got rid of and didn't keep, which is so stupid. Yeah, I think they'd add the older Group 3s, because if you think about it, if they didn't carry over the older Group 3s, like, say, the Ferrari 458, I think a lot of people would miss that car, for example. Or, a C7 Corvette. Let's say they replace the C7 with a C8. I think a lot of people would still probably like to drive the C7, because it's a totally different vibe. And then if you do take away that kind of midpoint generation, then you've got the problem of, well, what about the even older ones? What about the DBR9? What about the McLaren F1 GTR? What about the Silhouette Skyline, which is like one of the oldest cars in that category? Oh, interesting. I didn't know Fittipaldi went away. Because I know they were planning to make an actual customer version of the car. So I guess that failed, which is a shame. Could have been a cool thing. I would have preferred a road-going version, which would have been cool, but... But still, I mean, you say about the company going away, so's TVR. We've still got TVR in the game. Forza's still got Mosler. Mosler doesn't exist. They haven't existed since 2013. They went bankrupt. It's doable. Just depends how much they want to pay and how many strings they have to pull. More luxurious hypercars. I don't know. I guess I'd have to know what ones you mean. I can only, to be honest, really think of one company that's truly making luxury hypercars. Bugatti. Hennessy isn't luxury. Koenigsegg isn't luxury. Pagani, arguable. I guess you could give them a pass, but I wouldn't really call Pagani a luxury car. It's a supercar or a hypercar first and foremost, with maybe some luxury, but in the same way that Koenigsegg is. McLaren certainly isn't. I think Bugatti's really the only one who is a true luxury hypercar, and that's why the Veyron, I think, doesn't get enough credit. The Veyron was a car that you could do 250 miles an hour in, and then just drive it down to the shops for a bottle of milk, or go on a 1,000-mile road trip. Yeah, Zenvo, that'd be cool. Although, I'm mixed with Zenvo, because I absolutely love Zenvo, but I only like the ST1, the original. I hate the new Zenvo. I think it's a ridiculously generic-looking effort from a company that had such a good-looking car. The Zenvo ST1 and the TSRS are such cool cars, and they look genuinely like nothing else. And now it looks like it wants to be a McLaren W1, it looks like it wants to be an Apollo IE. It just looks so generic and so forgettable, and that's such a shame. I also love the idea of the ST1 or the TS1, depending on how they named it, because it's just such a stupid car. 1100 horsepower, 230 miles an hour. But, yeah. And thanks, glad you enjoyed, bud. I need a bit of a swig. In fact, actually, let's do a bit of a cruise for a second while I swig, waste a bit more time. Oh no, the Viper takes it. The nice thing about being 5 minutes ahead. Can waste a bit of time. But yeah, there's all kinds of potential in terms of what they could do. Yeah, do you mean the Veneno? If so, then yeah, I completely agree. I put the Veneno in the exact same camp as the Aston Martin Vulcan. Ridiculously overhyped in terms of just its existence. Because it makes you think like, ooh, that must be special. Nope. Think again. The Vulcan is somehow like a racing version of a 177, but boring and heavy. And the Veneno is basically an Aventador in a tutu, and looks every bit as stupid. It's a cool looking car, but it's also kind of dumb at the same time, because it's not really any better than an Aventador. In fact, it's kind of objectively worse than an Aventador. And yeah, the Reventon, one of the great things about the Reventon was they weren't doing that back then, and that's why it was more special. It was before McLaren was making the same car 15 times, and everyone was making special versions of everything. And somebody else asked about licensing, like NASCAR and stuff. We do technically know that some of that was at least in talks. It's hard to say at this point. We know that there were rumblings of Formula E. I would personally love to see that. Especially because realistically, you only need one of them. You could even have like a fictional version, just with a no paint job, and then you could create all the different teams. NASCAR, yeah, sure. I personally think it would be kind of cool to bring back the Garage 56 Camaro that ran at Le Mans. That would be a pretty cool way of having kind of two birds with one stone. IndyCar, I was talking about hours and hours ago, that could be cool. I would imagine if they were to go down the IndyCar route, it would probably be like the current stuff. I would love to see some of the less obvious Formula cars in there, like Formula Nippon, the Japanese series, where they've got like crazy, wild aero. If you've never seen one of those Formula Nippon cars, look that up on Google. They look awesome. But yeah, I mean, the potential's there for all kinds of stuff. It's just whether or not they'll do it. It's cool. To me, the Hyundai Elantra touring car is cool more so because of what it indicates could happen in the future rather than the car itself. Because to me, that car being added to the game makes me feel that stuff like the Lincoln Co. touring car or the MG touring car could be arriving as well, and that would be cool. NASCAR, American races. Yeah, I guess. I must admit, I'm not too up on NASCAR stuff. And when I say I'm not too up, I'm not up on it at all. I know nothing about current NASCAR stuff. I have a lot of respect for their engines. I think they're awesome. And I'd really love to buy an old one and convert it for the road. But yeah, I don't know anything about the current regs. Let's have a check on the weather. Yeah, the weather is getting closer, but we shall have to see how it goes. It's still hours away for sure, because it's moved from being just about on the corner. I think that was an hour ago. I think that was around the 11-hour mark, if I remember right, and now we're at the just under 10-hour mark. And it's moved a little bit, so if it moves at that same kind of pace, I reckon it should be at least another 4 hours before the weather hits. Hopefully. And even when it does hit, by the look of it, it's mostly grey. So that shouldn't be too bad.